Good afternoon. I'm meteorologist Danielle Moss with a weather update for you. Brand new information just coming in from the National Weather Service. They have issued a a severe thunderstorm watch until 9 p.m. Good news, it does not include Metro Atlanta right now. However, it is south of the 285 corridor headed down towards Macon. So multiple counties for us. This is until 9 p.m. They literally just issued this. Once again, a new severe thunderstorm watch in effect for portions of Georgia, central to South Georgia until 9 p.m. tonight. Now, we are under that weather impact alert for today. It goes from 3 p.m. until 10 p.m. So that severe thunderstorm watch really lines up perfectly with what we are expecting the guidance to do. We are anticipating those rain and that thunderstorm to really start to move in our way. In fact, we've already seen one severe thunderstorm warning that was in Cleburne and Randolph counties. So our impact alert goes from 3 to 10 p.m., damaging winds and heavy rain. Those are our two main concerns with this system. Here's a look at our current satellite and radar. What is going on? We'll take a closer look here at home. This is the system that's headed our way. It's literally marching in from Alabama. Several lightning strikes involved with this. And even though those temperatures are a little bit cooler here in Metro Atlanta, unfortunately, we're still starting to see that leading edge still coming in with a powerful punch. Now, as we zoom in just a little bit, take a minute to look at this severe thunderstorm warning. It is for Clay, Cleburne, and Randolph counties in Alabama. Cleburne and Randolph counties, they are part of our coverage area, so we are responsible for them. It is radar indicated with winds near 60 miles an hour. Now, we are not seeing a tornado possible tag with this severe thunderstorm warning, so that could provide a little bit of relief, but you can kind of see just a little bit. It is a very strong, and it's right along that leading edge of that front. In fact, let's put a little bit of I'm going to put the motion on it so we can see exactly how it has been coming in. The good news is we're not seeing that rotation. It's literally just coming in with very high winds, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So I'll press now, and then I will give you guys an idea of when the strongest portion of that storm will be headed into portions of Georgia. And I will say that it will be fairly quickly. So if I call out your town, just so you know, this is going to be for the leading edge of that storm to be on your doorstep. And Wedowee, that is actually in Alabama. Really, the top 4 places are in Alabama. So Wedowee at 1:06 p.m. and for reference, it is 2:05 Eastern time, 1:05 Central time. Alabama is on Central time. So 1:06 in Wedowee, Cornhouse at 1:29 p.m., Ranburne at 1:36 p.m. This is all for Alabama in that Central time zone. Roanoke at 1:57 p.m. And then now we're going into Georgia. So Texas at 3:11 p.m., Carrollton at 3:20 p.m., Aubrey at 3:34 p.m., Nunan at 3:58 p.m., East Nunan at 4:07 p.m., and Hogansville at 4:15 p.m. So that's right along the leading edge of this storm system. What's happening, it's really taking a southeast track right now, but definitely continuing to see some of those storms be a little bit on the stronger side. Taking a wider look at what's happening, we do have some light rainfall that is in North Georgia, really into Rome and Calhoun. I know that Calhoun definitely kind of on edge from those storms that have happened really the last 3 or 4 times we've been seeing severe weather. Still seeing some heavy downpours, not seeing many lightning strikes. All of that lightning is down to West Georgia, so moving near Cedartown, Dallas. Heads up, this storm is coming your way. Into Metro Atlanta, the cloud cover is definitely doing its job. We're kind of caught in a wedge right now. Those temperatures are a little bit cooler, and that cloud cover is keeping things a little bit better for us. However, that does not mean that we're in the clear. Once again, a weather impact alert has been issued. It is from 3 p.m. until 10 p.m. because of those strong storms and the heavy rain. Just make sure that you are prepared. We just want you to make sure that you are aware that these storms have had a history of some pretty high winds involved with them. I just want to check to make sure that we're not missing anything. In fact, yes, we just got a severe thunderstorm warning for Coweta, Heard, Troup, Douglas, and Carroll County. So let's go back to our radar really quickly so that we can take a better look here. In fact, I'm going to open my severe weather rundown so that we can really get into these storms since they are starting to fire up now. Okay, so this is a new severe thunderstorm warning. And I'm going to read the bulletin with you all because they just issued it. This is for Carroll County in northwestern Georgia, Douglas County and central Georgia, Heard County, northwestern Troup County, and western Coweta County. This is on 245, so this is 208. And I just called out Carrollton. What they did was they issued this severe thunderstorm warning ahead of that leading edge of the front. So literally right where I was calling those towns, that's where they issued that severe thunderstorm warning. As of right now, I'm not seeing that it has a tornado possible tag on it. Let me just make sure. Yeah, I'm not seeing a tornado possible tag on it, but there is just for those 60-mile-an-hour winds. So they're still thinking the same thing as our National Weather Service in Birmingham. So what's happening is we actually cover, in fact, I'm going to move this over a little bit so you guys can see it a little bit better for you. What happens is our two Alabama counties, that is Cleburne and Randolph counties, they are a part of a different National Weather Service office than those of us that are here in Georgia. We are under the Peachtree City office and they are under Birmingham. So they usually collaborate and discuss what they are thinking, what they are expecting. And what they did was they just issued this severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this storm that's on the way in. This is all a part of the leading edge of this system that's moving in. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and draw another track. I'm going to turn the lightning. I know there's not many lightning strikes. We have definitely seen more. You can see there's some positive cloud to ground lightning. I'm going to turn it off so it kind of cleans up the radar just a little bit for us. And then I will draw a new line. And they just trimmed that warning just a little bit. And we'll get some new times for when this storm is headed your way. And once again, some of these are in Alabama, and I'll move this over as well, just so that you all can see. Okay, so they're updating the severe thunderstorm warning in Alabama as well. Same thing, not really much of a detail. What they did was they just trimmed it back just a little bit. It does still include Randolph and Cleburne counties. Just for reference, it's 2:09 Eastern time. And to add extra time to it, just make sure that you are aware that if you're streaming us right now, we're on 11 Live Plus, whether it's on your phone, whether it's on your iPad, whether it's on your TV, you need to add time to it because by the time you're getting this, it is a little bit delayed as far as streaming is concerned. So 2:09 p.m. Central Time, Eastern Time. If you are in Woodland, Ranburne, Roanoke, those are our Central Time. So Woodland at 1:13 p.m. the storm will be on your doorstep, which is in less than 5 minutes. Ranburne at 1:30 p.m. Roanoke at 1:56 p.m. Texas at 3 o'clock p.m. Aubrey at 3:19 p.m. Now we're talking about our Georgia towns. Whitesburg at 3:45 p.m. Nunan at 3:57. Chattahoochee Hills at 4:10. Peachtree City at 4:33 and Tyrone at 4:41 p.m. So that is the latest as far as the newest severe thunderstorm warning is concerned. I'm going to take some of this stuff off so that we can really get into what's going on and what you all can expect. And then we'll play around. We'll see what's going on. I want to make sure that you guys are at ease as well. I don't want you to be too afraid. These do not have tornado possible tags on them. But what we like to do is we like to investigate for ourselves. We want to see what's actually happening, what's going on. This is a look at your velocity. So this is the winds working against each other. This lets us know, okay, are the ingredients there for us to see possible rotation in the storms? Right now, we're not seeing that at all. We could maybe look just there, but it's really on the far end of this radar. So you know, honestly, that's not enough indication that there could be good rotation. So what we'll do is we will look at our shear to see if our radar is picking up on anything. And what we see is these little blue. I don't know if I think that's a little bit off for you guys to see that, but right south of Fruithurst, you're seeing just a little bit. That's not enough to be a cause for concern either. And if we take a look at our rotation tracks, so what has this storm been doing? This is past tense, not seeing much in that area as well, which is good news, but this is just, you know, what we do, part of the process. This is also, we usually turn this on if we are looking at tornado warnings, but sometimes we like to check it out because if the winds are too high, you can see if some debris is aloft. Not seeing anything too concerning in that area either. But I do want to just make sure that we're not seeing anything as far as our winds are working towards and away from each other that could be causing a brief spin up. And right now I'm not too impressed with it, but the winds are not, they are definitely on the higher side. In fact, we're trying to okay. Query. All right. So wind speeds right now are around 50 to 60 miles an hour, and that's exactly what they're saying with the severe thunderstorm warning. So that's good news. That means that the storm is holding together. Our cooler temperatures are aiding with keeping this really as a severe thunderstorm threat and not really a tornado threat, but it's still, you know, a cause for concern. We have been seeing tons of trees come down over the last few days with any of these storms that have been happening. Here's a look at our radar once again, and I'll zoom out just a little bit so that you all can see better across our viewing area. This is what we're looking at right now. This rainfall is headed our way. It is definitely getting a little bit closer. There are 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now. We're going to start to see this storm really pushing in, and right at that I-20 corridor pushing eastward, that's where the leading edge of that front is. In fact, I will draw so that you guys can see exactly where I'm talking about. Right where those arrows are, that is the leading edge of the front. So that's what we're watching for right now as far as the high winds are concerned. And that is why we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Right now, it says that there is a severe thunderstorm warning for Cleburne and Randolph. That expires at 1:30 Central Time. So that's 2:30 our time. So if you're watching, that clock there is accurate. So around 2:30, that severe thunderstorm warning should expire. And then if we take a look into the severe thunderstorm warning that our Georgia office issued, just so we can get some more details on that. That one should be done until 2:45. So the Alabama counties until 2:30 Eastern time, and then the ones that are in for Carroll and Douglas County are until 2:45. And I suspect, just out of precaution, that the National Weather Service will probably continue to issue some of these severe thunderstorm warnings out ahead so that they can be prepared as those storms roll through. So let's read some of their bulletins. They have been talking since I started live feed here. They already issued that severe thunderstorm watch, which just happened right before I came on, and that is in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. And that is the best area of environment. That's what I was telling you guys about, was as far as the temperatures are concerned. Temperatures play a large part as far as severe weather is concerned. The warmer you are, the more instability you have in the atmosphere. So if we were sitting into the low 80s, the mid 80s, the upper 80s, that would really fuel these storms. Because our temperatures are so cool right now, that is really helping us overall. In fact, when I talk about the cooler weather, this is a look at our 24-hour temperature change. Here in Atlanta, we are actually 11 degrees cooler than what we were this time yesterday. Carrollton, 10 degrees cooler. Check out Canton and Gainesville, 17 degrees cooler. That's why they're not really in this severe thunderstorm watch. But you can see LaGrange, only 1 degree cooler. Peachtree City, 6 degrees cooler. So that lets you know that all of that area right there is definitely untapped territory. In fact, here's a look at our current temperatures right now. And I think this tells a big weather story for us. In fact, LaGrange is at 80 degrees currently, while Canton is at 60 degrees. That's 20-degree difference. That's why these storms are going to be stronger as they push through. Even in Peachtree City, where those highs, or their current temperatures right now are at 70 degrees. So also, let's take a look at some of our cameras to see what's going on here. This is a look into Georgia Tech right now. And we're not seeing any rainfall just yet. Light rain at best in Metro Atlanta, but we're not seeing that heavy rainfall just yet. This is looking to Dahlonega. You can kind of see the rain kind of creeping in. Definitely a raindrop there on our University of North Georgia camera, a raindrop here, but the winds aren't really too high, which is good there. Let's pull up another camera so that we already took a look at our Georgia Tech camera. Pretty sure that this should be, This is our Rome camera. So Rome is getting some pretty heavy rainfall as well. And that's really where the strongest of the storm is as far as that top half of northern Georgia is concerned. In Rome, the winds are very high. You can see that rainfall coming in as well. And that's just into Rome. Let me see if I can pull up the Nunan camera really quickly so that we can see what's happening in Nunan. I'm interested to see what that camera looks like right now. Just so that we can check all of our bases. This is a look at Nunan. Okay. So this is looking to Nunan. It's not raining yet. You can see the winds are increasing, but honestly, I think this might be even a rainbow off to the west. Right now, it is definitely quiet in Nunan. So those storms are on the way. Right now, we are definitely getting some reports of some flooding in portions of Alabama, as well as it looks like a tree on a power line in portions of Alabama. So that's all of these storms that are headed our way. So once again, this is what we do. We literally just do, I like to call it weather investigating. We like to sit and watch the radar, see what's happening, what's going on, what do we need to be watching for. And a lot of times, especially since we have to coordinate with 2 National Weather Service offices, we have to make sure that we are on top of things as they come in from Alabama. So right now they were saying that there were some trees down, as well as some flooding in portions of Talladega County, as well as Cherokee County in Alabama. So Cherokee County is really in this area. Talladega is really closer past Anniston. So what we're looking at right now is the leading edge has already moved through. So these reports are just now coming in from the storm that came through earlier. Right now, we have not heard of any reports of any kind of trees down, flooding, or anything in Cleburne or Randolph counties, but this warning is still going to be in effect for at least another 11 or 12 minutes or so. Now, as we head into our North Georgia counties.
We're going to shift to out here so we can be ready since it's storm possible.
Okay. So what's going to happen right now, Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb just came in. He said that we are going to shift into our main studio since there is a tornado possible tag on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to return you guys back to our radar loop while we go set up out into the main studio. That way we can reset and we can collaborate as well. So give us about 10 more minutes and then we'll come back on. Just before I leave though, I want to just make sure that you're up to date on the latest information. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of West Georgia. That is until 2:45. The counties, Cleburne and Randolph counties, until 2:30 Eastern time, and it's 2:19 right now. So within the next 10 minutes, we could be seeing that expired, but we're going to go ahead and shift over because they did just update this and say that there is a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. Right now, I'll return you back to our radar loops.
right now on air. Weather impact team. We're breaking into programming right now to tell you about these storms coming in from Alabama. We have a new tornado warning that was just issued for areas of West Georgia. It is in this red polygon that you see right here, including Carroll County. We have been streaming this line moving in. Danielle was telling you about a suspicious area of rotation on streaming on 11 Alive Plus just a little while ago here, and now that area of rotation is crossing over the line into Alabama, and this is where we have the tornado warning that is in effect for that polygon there in areas of West Georgia here, where we have a tornado warning that is in effect there because of that radar indicated circulation that is moving in from Alabama into West Georgia. This is going to be in effect until 3 o'clock this afternoon. It is for this area right here. This is where we're seeing that potential rotation. This is coming out of Alabama, out of Cleburne and Randolph County. That circulation earlier was near Ranburne, Alabama, if you're familiar with that. Just to the south of that, as it's crossing over the state line into Carroll County, this is where we have that tornado warning that is in effect. I want to show you the velocity mode right now, and you'll be able to kind of see that circulation that we are noting right now. And it's not necessarily the red and green classic look that we often see, but we can see these colors changing right here. As this was back into Alabama, it was a little bit more of that red-green of showing the winds coming toward the radar and the winds going away from the radar. When you see those colors kind of coming together like that, that is where we have the potential for some rotation. This tornado warning is also inside a much larger severe thunderstorm warning that includes Carroll, Coweta, Douglas, and Heard County. That's until 2:45. This particular tornado warning for that bit of rotation that we see right there just south of Bowden, this is where we have the tornado warning until 3 o'clock. Carrollton, you are just on the edge of this polygon. So for those of you inside this polygon, I'm going to zoom in a lot closer here in just a moment so we can see the areas that are impacted. I want you to get in your tornado safe position. That is the lowest floor of your home. If you have a basement, the best place to go is in the basement. If your basement has windows, don't go in the room that has windows. Stay in that room that is away from windows there. Again, in the centermost part of your house or in a basement, you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is the circulation that we're watching right here, and Danielle Moss is in here with us as well, and she's going to be helping us out with this too. This is moving to the east at 35 miles an hour. It's located over Graham, and it is moving southwest of the Carrollton area, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Right now, this is a radar indicated rotation. It is not a confirmation of a tornado, but radar is indicating here that we have some circulation within this system in West Georgia, in Carroll County, that could be a tornado. We're waiting to see or hear if we find out about any type of any damage with it. It's too early for us to be getting any of that in right now. So here's the area that we're looking. I'm going to zoom in even tighter so we can see some other communities that are involved here. I mentioned that the National Weather Service said that this was near the area of Graham, where we have this potential rotation that's moving through. Right now, I want folks over on Biden-Tyus Road, right here around Victory, around Farmers High. There's Tyus-Carrollton Road right here. This is the area that we're watching right now where we see that potential rotation moving through a part of Carroll County. And as I mentioned, Carrollton is just inside right here, the polygon. So if you are in West Georgia and your phone went off alerting you of this, so your wireless emergency alerts went off, that means that you are inside this polygon here along State Route 66, just south of Carrollton, there along Tyus Carrollton Road, Farmers High, just south of Bowden, south of Burwell. This is the area that we're watching where we have that potential rotation that is pushing through that area right now. You see there Bowden-Tyus Road, I mentioned that. There is Victory, Farmers High. These are the areas where I want you to be in your tornado safe position right now as this is moving generally there to the east at 35 miles an hour. I want to put a track on this so everybody can see exactly where this is going. And you'll be able to see here, we're going to track it from right about here as it's moving up to the east and a little bit to the northeast here at 35 miles an hour. And there we go. That would take it into, now the first plot we have here is for Clem. That is at 249, but that is actually outside of the polygon area. So if it does hold together and move still to the east-northeast here, it would be pushing into the Clem area around 249, Cross Plains at 254. Again, these are cities just outside of that polygon, and then Byers Crossroads around 305. Those are the areas where I want folks to be aware. Now, most schools are out right now. If schools were in, this would be at a very critical time of when many students are getting released from school, getting on school buses, but at least I do believe Carroll County is out of school by now. I know most metro counties are. So this is the area that we're watching there in Carroll County near the Bowden area, and that's the location that those storms are moving in right now. And again, this is radar indicated rotation coming in from those storms there in West Georgia and in parts of Carroll County. I'm going to widen out a little bit. I want to give you perspective of the area that we are watching. And here we are in Atlanta. These storms are still just crossing the state line from Alabama into Georgia. And as they're coming in ahead of that, you'll notice here we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect in this yellow polygon here. That is for areas of Haralson County, Polk County, and western parts of Paulding County. And then this severe thunderstorm warning, the yellow polygon, that includes Carroll County, parts of Douglas County, a little bit of Coweta County, and into areas of Heard County. That is the other severe thunderstorm warning that we have in effect, and within that severe thunderstorm warning, that's where we have detected this rotation as it was coming coming out of Alabama, now crossing over the state line. And our National Weather Service feeling a little more confident with this from the indications that we are seeing on radar right now that this is a potential tornado for these areas of Carroll County. So let's get in a little bit tighter, and you can see now, if you're wondering, these storms will be making it into the Atlanta area. It's still going to take a little while before it gets into Atlanta, an hour and a half to 2 hours before it makes it into the city of Atlanta. But for those of you on the west side, I want you to be aware as we're tracking these storms coming in. We're also watching at any time. And Danielle, I'm not sure if this warning up here for Polk and Haralson, I don't know if they had a TOR possible tag.
They do.
So that also has a TOR possible tag. So in this line, at any point, if y'all heard Danielle over there, she is agreeing that yes, a TOR possible means that when the National Weather Service issues a severe thunderstorm warning, and we're indicating a little bit of rotation possible within that, but that rotation is not as much of a trigger for a tornado warning to be issued, but it's something we have to keep watching. Well, in this severe thunderstorm warning, they are saying TOR possible, with that meaning that we really have to watch anywhere along this line for any circulation or any rotation that could develop there, and we may have to see some upgrades to tornado warnings there in that area too. So I don't want you to think, okay, this is just a severe thunderstorm warning, because severe thunderstorm warnings can also cause a lot of damage as well. And with this one, it says TOR possible. And that is the case of what we're dealing with right now in Carroll County with that rotation that is moving into and through Carroll County right now. You can see that really heavy rain and the thunder and lightning from Bowden, just north of Ephesus and north of Central Hatchie. It is this red polygon right here that does go over to Carrollton, where we have this tornado warning that is now in effect. And this looks like, I know it's saying it's moving at to the east at 35 miles an hour, but this line is advancing pretty quickly here, continuing on over to the east. Now here's another look at that area that we are watching, and I'm going to zoom in really tight here, because it would be this, where you see the greens, just those different shades right there, is where we think we would be still seeing that rotation there to the south and east of Bowden. I'll get in a little bit tighter here to that. That would be right around Victory. That is the area that I was telling you a moment ago to be in your tornado safe position. It looks like the worst of it is probably moving over Victory right now, or maybe a little bit to the east of Victory. It'll be crossing over Tyus Carrollton Road just south of Farmers High in really at any moment now. It is south of Farmers High right now. Could be crossing over Tyus Carrollton Road in just a moment. So another warning here just issued. Danielle's telling us there it is right there on the south side. And I was noting that rotation a moment ago too, and we're now seeing another warning issued here to the south near Stony Point. Go ahead, Danielle.
See it.
Yes, okay, let me show the shear there. All right, both of those areas of rotation that we've been watching. This is tornado warning number 1 that I just showed you south of Farmers High. This is our storm rotation graphic where you can see that blue color there indicating that potential rotation. And then here is the other one for the second tornado warning just issued for the southern parts of Carroll County, right there at Stony Point. And oh, here we go, Danielle. Danielle, I don't have the latest warning showing up here. I'm assuming it includes the northern parts of her. Does it say that, or just all southern?
No, it's just all Carroll.
Okay, so this rotation right there is around Stony Point. Here is Roopville. All right, there's that rotation that we see right there at Stony Point. So there's 2 areas we're watching. The newest tornado warning is for this part of the rotation, right there at Stony Point. So if you're in Roopville along South Old Highway here, and not too far off from Huff Road, and also heading over to Star Point, I want you to be aware of this tornado warning that we have in effect for that area right here. That was the rotation that I was also kind of keeping an eye on as I was pointing out this other warning, and I'll go back to that one in just a moment. But right here near Stony Point and crossing over Stony Point. So here's Tyus. There's Highway 5 that goes over to Roopville and Glenlock Road right along Highway 27 right here. So this is the rotation of the second tornado warning. That is pushing in this direction. So Stony Point, hopefully you are already in your tornado safe positions. If you're in Roopville, be in your tornado safe position there. Glenlock Road, I want you to be there too. And also, Danielle, are y'all cueing Danielle's mic? Danielle's got some info for us.
Yeah, check out your debris finder,
yes, okay.
Especially like right south of where the Roopville little marker is. You can kind of see just.
Oh, yeah.
So that definitely could be some kind of...
Could be lofted debris here. What Danielle is telling us here, this is our debris finder, and that lines up with that shear marker that I showed you just a moment ago and the rotation detector just a moment ago. This is our debris finder, and what we often look for here is when you have, now I know you see a lot of different colors here, that's not really indicating anything, but when you see signatures like this on the debris finder, that is indicative of potentially some lofted debris, whether or not those are leaves, whether or not they're pine needles, or whether or not they're part of a structure. We just don't know what that is, but this is a little bit of an indicator there with our debris finder that could be giving us some evidence of some strong winds that are lofting debris up into the air and could be indicative of a potential tornado warning for a potential tornado in those areas. And this is still saying that it is radar indicated. So the Weather Service has not given us any indication that this signature is strong enough for it to be an actual confirmed tornado yet. We will wait and see. If that happens, this red polygon that you see here will turn purple if they indicate that this is then a confirmed tornado. We're seeing that a little bit of that debris signature kind of changing colors a little bit. There's another little bit, again, this is not a definite confirmation of an actual tornado on the ground, but here are the colors here kind of ramping up on the north side of this too with our debris finder. That could be, again, some lofted debris, whether or not, again, it's leaves, pine needles, or actual pieces of structure or anything that's just blowing around out there and getting lofted up that our radar is able to determine. So I'm going to widen out so you can see both of these tornado warnings that we have right now, and I'm going to go back to the velocity mode. 2 of these tornado warnings, both of them expiring at 3 o'clock, and both of them mainly just for Carroll County. So we've got this one in the central parts of Carroll County, moving closer to Carrollton, and this one down near Roopville and just to the south of Roopville. That also is continuing to move over to the east, and we'll widen out just a little bit more so you can get a good look to still see that Carrollton, you are included in this polygon right here for a tornado warning. So from Roopville to Carrollton there on Highway 27 is where actually both of these rotations could be crossing over 27 pretty soon. I think this one around just south of Roopville will most likely move a little bit over 27 a little bit earlier. Back to the shear markers right here, and again, what we're looking for, these blue colors right here, those are indicating 2 areas of suspicion of possible rotation. This one at Tyus Carrollton Road, all right, and then here's Roopville, and just south of Roopville, all right, there's Highway 27. There's this other potential rotation right around Stony Point. Okay, now that just moved with the latest scan here, so that may have let up a little bit. The other one is still holding together, though. That is crossing over and just a little bit more to the east of Tyus Carrollton Road. As we were watching our rotation tracker here near that Tyus, that would be north of Roopville. Also getting closer to Highway 27 right there. That's a little bit to the west of the Clem area, and that is also just south of Carrollton. So even though I mentioned Carrollton, you're in the polygon here, the circulation that we still see is really right down here between Carrollton and Roopville, just a little bit north of the Roopville area. Let's go back to velocity, and again, it's not we actually were seeing a better indicators there from our shear markers, but there you can see it would be this area right here where we see that potential rotation still, and then that would be lining up just south of Roopville. Two areas in Carroll County where Doppler radar is indicating the potential for rotation within the same county and along that line of strong storms that are pushing through, crossing over the state line into West Georgia and moving a little bit closer to the Atlanta area. And again, I want to show these areas of a severe thunderstorm warning north of I-20, where we have these storms coming into areas of Polk County, Haralson County, and Paulding County, and clipping North Carroll right there. So this one, that yellow polygon just north of I-20, we're keeping an eye on that to see if we see any rotation coming from that. And then this one along I-20 and southward in Carroll County for a severe thunderstorm warning, also into these areas of Heard County, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning, northern Troup County as well, going into Coweta County and into far western parts of Douglas County. And within both of those severe thunderstorm warnings, at any time, we can see rotation developing. And we've already seen that in two spots now in Carroll County, where we have two tornado warnings in effect with two areas of rotation there right now. Danielle Moss is here with us. Danielle, you're tracking what the National Weather Service is saying, and I haven't been able to see it. I don't think we have any damage reports yet. Are they giving us any indications of anything else with these storms?
No, they have not right now. The University of West Georgia emergency manager, he just said that he's monitoring the campus very closely. I don't think that there's a lot of students on campus because, like you just said, a lot of people are out for summer break, but there could be some athletes there. There could be some band members on campus just preparing for the start of the fall. Right now, no damage reports at all coming in from these storms that are coming through Carroll County. However, we have heard of past damage as they came through Randolph County's trees down once again, and that has been the case over the last few days when these storms have been developing. The one thing, like you said, Chris, with this rotation, if just out of precaution, if you are in along Highway 27 and Oak Mount Parkway in Clem, Cross Plains, I would be in your safe place right now because we're just seeing kind of the same instances with this rotation. In fact, if we put our shear tracks on, and I'll zoom out a little bit, what this lets us see how the storm came in, right? So the blue shows that it has held rotation coming in from Alabama, and now as it crosses Highway 27, that is continuing on with that rotation. So if you are in Whitesburg, go ahead and get into your safe place at this time. I'll put the shear marker back on so we can see, and it still has that one little blue speck. Highway 27 right now headed towards State Route 166, Clem, Cross Plains, Clem, Lowell Road, Lowell, Star Point, Roopville. All of you all need to be in your safe place at this time. Get away from your windows. Make sure you have something to maybe put over your head. Make sure that you are being very precautious, because anytime we see these winds very high, and right now it does indicate that there could be some rotation in these storms, you could definitely be seeing at least trees come down. So you want to be away from your windows and make sure your family is in that safe place if possible. Get into a hallway that has no windows, a bathroom, in a tub, wherever you need to be, because as of right now, we're definitely seeing some pretty good indicators indicators that this warning could be producing a tornado. And it looks like, Chris, they did just expire one of those tornado warnings in Carroll County, but exactly where we're talking about right now, near Roopville, Star Point, and Lowell. This goes until 3 o'clock p.m. and it's 2:42 right now. In fact, I'm going to put a storm track on here really quickly so that we can have a little bit more detail about where we are watching for the strongest point of this storm. I'm going to start from Star Point and I'm going to go eastward. So it pulls up the same places like we were talking about: Star Point, Lowell, Whitesburg. Star Point at 2:43 p.m. That's right now. So right now, if you are in Star Point, you need to be in your safe place. Lowell at 2:56 p.m. Whitesburg at 3:41 p.m. Want to make sure that you are in your safe place at this time. Chris, right now, I'm not seeing any indications or anything from the people in Carroll or Coweta counties of any damage right now.
All right, Danielle, thank you. And you are correct. As you were talking there, many of you saw the red polygon on the north side there, the one that was including Carrollton, that did disappear. And that tornado warning was canceled because they said the rotation within that had fallen apart. So we just have one left here. And I know this is hard to see, but there is still, in fact, I'll take the radar off just for a moment so you can see here that we still have that polygon in there for. Okay, you see it right there? All right, so this one is still in effect from Roopville over to the east to right along Highway 5. The one that did include Carrollton, that warning has just been canceled because the National Weather Service said that their indicators of that possible tornado had fallen apart. So they canceled that one about 15 minutes before the warning was to expire, as we don't see any of that rotation anymore. And actually, the run in Roopville right now doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier. I don't know if you can see here. Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of rotation north of Roopville, but it would actually be in this area down here where we will be looking for any more of those other markers right now. So we'll wait and see if they're going to hold on to this one as well. Over in West Georgia, they're in the far southern parts of Carroll County. So again, there is that red polygon that you see right here coming out of Roopville. And it looks like they just issued another severe thunderstorm warning.
Check out
over near Central Hatchie.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's another area of potential debris and potential rotation. Danielle and I are kind of analyzing this while we're on the fly. Let me look at the velocity as well. So this is an area south of Central Hatchie. This is in Heard County. We do not have a tornado warning in this area yet, but we're beginning to see some interesting features showing up right now on radar where we do have that severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. It would not surprise me if at any moment now the National Weather Service could potentially issue a tornado warning for those areas of Heard County. So for those of you in Heard County right now, if you're watching us, you do not have a tornado warning. I would go ahead though and treat this near and just south of Central Hatchie. I would go ahead and get in your safe positions, your safe place right now, the lowest floor of your home, get into the basement of your home there. Take cover just because we're seeing some indicators right now on radar of potential debris signatures showing up there. Again, this is not a confirmation of a tornado there. You don't have a warning just south and near Central Hatchie and Heard County, but I really wouldn't be surprised if we see a warning come up there within the next few minutes. So we're going to keep an eye on this. We're not really seeing that debris signature that we had earlier south of Roopville. We're not really seeing that anymore, and we don't see a debris signature to the north of that anymore either from that other one. They're about to
cancel it.
Okay, they're about to cancel this warning there in southern Carroll County, but I want to keep an eye on this one. Okay, you just saw that red polygon disappear. So we did have 2 tornado warnings in Carroll County. Both of those were supposed to expire at 3 o'clock. Now, the rotation that was indicated on our Doppler radar has now gone away. The National Weather Service feels like the threat is over for a potential tornado there. So they just let both of those expire. I want to hang on air with you guys, though, a little bit longer because I want to keep an eye on this in Central Hatchie. I'm not liking what we're seeing here. Danielle just saw this on the debris finder. Again, this is not a confirmation of any type of tornado there, but these are just some of the indicators that we watch where we could see some debris lofted up into the air there. Our velocity mode isn't really showing much from that. So that's a good sign. We're not really seeing anything with that. But for those of you in those areas of Heard County, just south of Carroll County, we're going to stay with you until we feel more confident that this area is not going to develop into something any bigger, or that the Weather Service would have to issue a warning out of that there near the Central Hatchie area. That's north of Franklin and south and east of Ephesus for that area there. Again, I'm going to put it back on reflectivity. This is the mode that shows us where we have the heavy rain coming in. This is a very dynamic situation that's coming in. There are a lot of variables as this line of showers and storms moves our way. And a lot of that has to do with the temperatures, because here in Atlanta, we are still holding in the mid-60s at 65 degrees. Up in Gainesville earlier, we had temperatures that were still holding in the 50s. We have the wedge that is over our area right now. As this line of storms moves into that wedge and into that cooler air, we expect this line to weaken somewhat. So we do think we'll have rain and thunder and lightning in Atlanta, but as this moves into that cooler air, we are expecting it to weaken. So we think that the strongest part of this is mainly going to be in West Georgia and also areas to the south of us. I also want to show you the National Weather Service did issue a severe thunderstorm watch. This is supposed to be in effect until 9 o'clock. These storms, if you were watching us yesterday, these storms are actually coming into West Georgia a couple of hours earlier than we were anticipating. We were thinking this line would be pushing into West Georgia around 4 o'clock. This was as of last night. I know that this morning Melissa was updating that timeline for you, kind of bringing them in a little bit earlier. Now here we are at 2:49, almost 3 o'clock, and that line is coming in just a little bit earlier there in West Georgia. So the National Weather Service issued a severe thunderstorm watch generally along I-20 and south of I-20, not including Fulton or DeKalb. It didn't include Douglas. It did include Carroll County. Also, it included Heard County, Coweta County, over into Fayette, Clayton, Henry County, over to Butts County, Jasper County, and Putnam County. That line down to the south of Macon, including much of central Georgia, is where we have this severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 9 o'clock. The reason North Georgia is not included in that watch is because of that wedge that I told you about, the cooler, shallow layer of air there in areas of North Georgia, where as this line of storms moves in, we expect it to weaken somewhat as it pushes through our area, and that would keep the warmer, more unstable air to the south, and it would be those areas on the south side where we would have a better chance for these storms to hold together. So let's take you back here with that explanation. In fact, before I go back to radar, I want to show you the actual temperatures that we're talking about here in North Georgia, so you can see that wedge that we're talking about. Notice the difference, and you see these colors, the green indicating the not as warm air, cooler air around there, and then down to the south it is much warmer. So I'm going to plot these temperatures on, and you can see in Atlanta, we're 67 degrees, Duluth is 66, Gainesville's 59, Clayton 57, Athens 63, Covington 64. So that is that cool pool of air. But once you get down into Peachtree City, it is 70. A few miles down the road to LaGrange, it is 82 degrees. That is the warmer, more unstable air. So as these storms push in, the warmer, more unstable air is what's going to help to kind of fuel those storms on the south side, whereas as they come into the metro area and move more over to the east, they kind of hit that cool pool, shallow layer of air, and a lot of these storms will begin to fall apart somewhat. We'll still get some rain, we'll still get some thunder and lightning, but the severity of those storms will be knocked down just a little bit more. Let's go back to radar. I want to check on that storm that we were watching back in Central Hatchie, there in the northern part parts of Heard County. Now this line still looks very impressive. They're kind of shrinking up this warning a little bit, kind of following along the line. So those of you in western Polk and western Haralson County, you're no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. Also western Carroll County and northwestern Heard County, you're no longer in that severe thunderstorm warning. But that line, that leading edge now over Carrollton, over Texas, that is about to move into Douglas County. South Fulton is right here, Coweta right here. You would be next in line. In fact, you see here our tower cam right there, that's in Nunan in Coweta County. This tower cam is at I-85 North there at US 29. That's in Coweta. Okay, so another look there at Coweta County from our traffic cameras there as well. So these storms moving through very quickly. Danielle, you have new information?
Yeah, they just issued a ground stop at the airport until 3:30 p.m. So there's no planes taking off right now from Hartsfield-Jackson until 3:30 p.m. Also, right now we are not hearing of any damage reports from anyone at the National Weather Service here in Peachtree City, but along that edge that came through Alabama, numerous trees are down, as well as some power outages as well. I want to call out some towns for you because, like Chris was saying, this leading edge is continuing to push forward and it's still kind of holding its strength. And he's right on the money talking about the temperatures. When I started live streaming at 2 p.m., LaGrange was 80 degrees. However, in North Georgia, it was 60 degrees. And you can see why now these storms are starting to hold together a little bit. So if you are in Nunan, this storm is going to be at your doorstep at 3:05 p.m. and it's 2:53. If you are streaming, add extra time to that because the stream is coming in a little bit delayed. Palmetto at 3:28 p.m., Peachtree City at 3:40 p.m., Union City at 3:51 p.m., College Park at 4:08 p.m., East Point at 4:10 p.m., Gresham Park at 4:31 p.m., Griffin at 4:41 p.m., and McDonough at 4:57 p.m. So that is where the leading edge of this line is headed. You want to make sure that you are aware of that. I know a lot of people, it's 2:53 right now. A lot of people, if you had to go back to work today, you were there at the office. You might be watching us on your phone. You might know someone who had to go inside the office today. If they have to commute in the next 2-3 hours, which is rush hour, give them a heads up. Take your time getting there. We're definitely going to be seeing some really heavy rainfall headed throughout the metro right now, and it's on the way as well. As of right now, Chris, that's the only update that I have for you. And if you are flying, this is going to now create a mess. In fact, if we pull up, this is a look at our airport camera. Well, I had it pulled up.
I've got it on mine here.
Okay, so
there we go, right there.
Yes, it's not quite raining just yet, but yeah. There's a ground stop there.
But there is a ground stop. There are some planes there, most likely maybe going back to the gates, or the last little bits of the ones. That one is taking off there. The last ones, though, that were most likely lining up for takeoff are taking off right now. But the other planes that are there in the hangars, or actually there in the terminals, most likely will not be leaving the terminals until that ground stop is lifted. As we don't have the rain there yet, but the National Weather Service, or actually the airport, is doing this ahead of those storms that are moving in to make sure not only flyers, pilots are safe, but they're also having to keep in mind the ground crews as well. The folks who are out on the tarmac getting your luggage out of the plane, they cannot be out there in the storms or in lightning. So that's part of that decision-making process there too for Hartsfield-Jackson. Now let's go back here to radar. What we're going to do, I think we'll be staying on at least until 3 o'clock until I get any other direction from the control room. We want to just make sure that as this line comes in, we don't see any other rotation developing. And the 2 tornado warnings were canceled 10 minutes ago, but I wanted to make sure that we aren't seeing any additional rotation developing there that was causing any concern. Danielle, I'm looking at the debris finder. I don't see anything standing out right now, and as far as velocity looks, I don't really see anything outstanding right now either for any additional rotation developing here. So
I agree.
If our control room is okay, I think at 3 o'clock we'll take everybody back to their regular scheduled programming unless anybody else has any other. Now what we will do, if we do take you back to programming there at the top of the hour at 3, we're going to continue streaming though. on 11 Alive Plus. You'll also be able to see this stream on our website and on your phone on the mobile app too, 11 Alive mobile app, as we're watching these storms come in. If additional warnings are issued or if we detect any more rotation out of that, we'll break back into programming here on 11 Alive. But we're going to take you up to the top of the hour here for Jennifer Hudson starting at 3 o'clock. We are watching these showers and storms moving through, but as of right now, no tornado warnings in effect. The 2 tornado warnings that we had in effect that were supposed to be in effect until 3 o'clock were canceled around 2:44 and 2:46 because that rotation that looked strong enough on radar to indicate a possible tornado has diminished. So we still have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and let's see here. The other warning that we had north of I-20 was canceled. The one that we were telling you about in parts of Polk County, Haralson County, and in western Paulding, that was canceled. And are they giving it, is this one tour possible, Danielle? Were you able to see?
It is tour possible.
Okay.
And they are just concerned about that one area with the Boeing right now. That's
okay.
the latest update.
What you see here, you heard Danielle mention Boeing, all right? When you see this line kind of surge forward a little bit, almost like a bow, this is where we can have some really strong winds with that Boeing part of that system. We again are not seeing really anything that is indicative of rotation still with it, but we do have really strong winds here in association with this over in West Georgia, across still well over the state line right now. This is the live look at that right now, and what I want you to see, and we point this out a lot, when you go from green to yellow to orange to red in a very thin band like that, that is where you go from having no rain at all to 1 minute later, a lot of heavy rain. And a lot of times along a line like this where you see that thin band going from green to yellow to orange to red, just in that little bit right there, that is also an indicator of some strong winds. And then when you see the line bowing out, or a little bit of that line kind of surging ahead of the rest of it, that's a bowing out feature that we see. That is also indicative of some strong winds in association with that system pushing through. So there's the latest scan that just came in. This is just now moving into southern Fulton County. There's the tip of South Fulton right there. Here's Nunan. You see the tower cam of Nunan right here, and you see those clouds that are getting darker over toward the Nunan area as we're going to see that rain coming into Nunan in just a little bit. So what we're going to do here in about 30 seconds, we're going to take you back to regular scheduled programming at the top of the hour with Jennifer Hudson, but Danielle and I are not going anywhere. We are still here monitoring this system. We're going to just let you go to regular programming. We will continue streaming this storm and these storms on 11 Alive Plus. Download that on your television, and 11 Alive Plus, you'll be able to see us continue streaming here, there, and you can also find that on 11alive.com as we are watching these storms get closer to Atlanta. From the National Weather Service, but we're in Atlanta right now. We do not have severe weather in our area yet. We just cut into programming on 11 Alive, and of course you were watching that here on 11 Alive Plus as well. As we had this line of showers and storms move in, it had a couple of areas of rotation within that line in Carroll County that actually caused 2 tornado warnings to be issued. And we were seeing some good indicators of the potential for that rotation there, Doppler radar indicated rotation, and maybe a little bit of a debris signature showing up too. It didn't look like it was anything major, but again, just something that we were keeping an eye on. And then it fell apart pretty quickly. And now we have severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. These here are in effect for the southern parts of Paulding County, down into Douglas County, parts of South Fulton, western Coweta County, moving down into areas of Heard County as well, and Carroll County, still in a severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be in effect until, let me put the expiration time on here. They've been issuing multiple warnings out of this, and every time the warnings come out, the expiration times change a little bit. 3:30 p.m. Again, for Carroll, Coweta, Douglas, and Heard County, that little bit of southern Paulding County included in that too. This is the storm system that came out of Alabama with the heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and some potential areas of rotation. And the National Weather Service is saying here in this severe thunderstorm warning that we're keeping an eye on that for the potential for any rotation that could develop out of it as it gets closer to the Atlanta area and there on the west metro counties. This again will be in effect until about 3:30. Right now the main impacts are heavy rain. Have you been getting look at the hail markers here?
I haven't seen anything that was alarming.
Yeah.
It's really just following that shear track,
Yes.
as the rotation went through, but
Yeah.
that's about it.
We're not getting any new shear markers out of that. And
No.
what Danielle was just talking about with the shear track, these were the areas of rotation that we were seeing right there. That was the shear tracks show a history, not saying that there's rotation there now, but this is the history of that potential rotation coming out of Alabama, moving just south of the Carrollton area. We were also seeing a little bit of that potential rotation up into parts of Haralson County, but we never had a tornado warning there. They were saying a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. I'm not really seeing anything out that looks too bad there on our velocity mode either, but the main impacts we're watching right now, that bowing out of this line right here, indicating some really strong winds coming into the western parts of Coweta County. Again, keep an eye on this camera here. That is our camera, tower cam, in Coweta County in Nunan. You're about to see conditions changing there. We're already noticing that picture is getting darker and darker as those clouds are thickening up a little bit more, as that leading edge is just really close to Nunan right now as it keeps moving on in. This is another camera we have right now, 85 north at Upper Big Springs Road at mile marker 45, I believe, in the Troup County area, which is down here near LaGrange. So two spots that we're watching right there with the clouds and rain getting thicker, the picture's getting darker, the rain's gonna start moving in, getting heavier, and we'll see the wind whipping up there too along that line, pushing in just to the west of Atlanta. But it does include now some of our west metro counties like Paulding County, Douglas County, South Fulton. That line's about to push into your area, and also here in Coweta County. In fact, I want to zoom in so you can see that tower cam that you're seeing right here, all right, is Nunan, which is right there. This is that leading edge that is about to be on top of Nunan, and you can see the dark clouds over Nunan right now, and we're going to see it go from no rain at all to a little bit of light rain, and then all of a sudden a lot of heavy rain coming within just a short period of time as that pushes into the Nunan area, which is going to be happening now at any moment. We also see the rain coming down with that storm, that rain and storm in Troup County as well, down more to the south here. So the leading edge closing in on Nunan. The thing in our favor, if you missed this explanation a little while ago, two things here to note. Number one, there's a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 9 o'clock, but I actually think they'll be taking out some of these western counties in just a little while after that main line moves on through. But that severe thunderstorm watch is in effect here until 9 o'clock. And again, we think that they'll be taking out some of those western counties. And it does not include downtown Atlanta, it does not include Fulton, it does not include Douglas, does not include DeKalb or Rockdale or over into Newton County. But it does include those areas to the south. It includes Carroll, it includes Heard, it includes Troup, Coweta, Meriwether, Upson, Pike, Lamar, Clayton County and Fayette County, Clayton and Fayette here, Henry County, Spalding, Butts, also over toward Jasper County and Putnam County, and Greene County is not included in that. Hancock County is. That down to the south, including Baldwin County near Milledgeville. All that down to the south toward Macon and south of Macon is where we have the severe thunderstorm watch. North Georgia, north of I-20, is not included in that watch. Even though you see those storms to the west of us coming in, North Georgia is not included in that. And I want to explain to you why North and East Georgia is not included in the severe thunderstorm watch. That has to do, well, and I also want to show you the outlook map for today that shows these areas where we have the level 2 risk south of the city, level 1 risk north of the city, and then far north Georgia doesn't have any risk areas at all. The reason is because north of I-20, and especially here in northeast Georgia, the temperatures are much cooler. Okay, so now that you've seen this, I want to show you why those severe threats are higher on the south side, because I want to show you what we see with the temperatures right now. And the green along I-20 and north indicates the cooler air. As you get into the yellows and oranges down to the south, that is the warmer air. So that those green colors, the cooler temperatures, are thanks to our a northeast wind that's coming in at the surface. Gainesville is 60 degrees right now. So if you got in your car in Gainesville, you may have a light jacket or long pants on. If you're driving through Atlanta, it warms up a little bit to 68, and then south of Atlanta, going down 85, it gets to 72 there as you get closer to Coweta County, not too far off from Peachtree City, and then LaGrange is 81. So where we have that warmer air on the south side, that's where the atmosphere is a little bit more conducive to bubbling up some of those severe thunderstorms there on the south side. That's why the severe thunderstorm watch is in effect south of I-20, but not in North 20. Even though that rain coming into West Georgia, north of I-20, can be strong, and the storms could be strong, we think they're going to weaken a little bit more as they move into that wedge of cooler air there up toward Duluth and up toward Gainesville. Canton, you're only at 60 degrees as well. So that is those are just some of the dynamics that we're watching with this line of storms coming in. Just because you see a line coming in from Alabama doesn't mean it's going to hold together. And this is an example of why that line we think will weaken. It's going to move into that cooler air, and it's just going to make the severity of the system or the strength of the system really start to come down just a little bit more. But on the south side, it does have the warmer air that can kind of feed that with the potential for some stronger storms still existing on the south side. So let's go back to radar, and we'll be able to see if there are any new developments here with these storms. And it still looks impressive. Is that the same? Yeah, they have it still included there, that little bit of South Fulton. I just didn't know if they had moved it over a little bit, but it's still pretty much in the same area there. This would be the time frame, though, with that severe thunderstorm warning. If they are going to issue another one, I would think they would do that pretty soon, because we're seeing here this leading edge of those strong storms about to move.
Oh, they're about
beyond.
to issue a tornado warning for Coweta.
Okay, we're about to have a tornado warning for Coweta County. Let's look. Okay, let's go on air now.
It says quick spin up in Coweta, northwestern Nunan.
Okay. For those of you on streaming, stand by. We're about to do a cut in on 11 Alive. We are back with you right now live on 11 Alive. We have been streaming, watching these showers and storms move through. We're breaking back in right now as we are anticipating a tornado warning to come up right now in Coweta County near the Nunan area. As we have this line of storms moving in, I'm going to get a little bit tighter here to Nunan. We expect at any moment now we may have a tornado warning that is about to show up here, a polygon. There we go, right there. This is why we broke in, to be ahead of this storm system before they issue this tornado warning. But we have potential rotation right now near Nunan, and we have our tower cam. If you guys want to put up the Nunan tower cam as well, this is near Nunan, potential circulation right there, just to the north of the Nunan area, where we have this polygon that's moving up to the north and east. This area of rain and storms will be pushing through Peachtree City up to near Tyrone.
Crossing I-85.
It's crossing 85 right now, where we have this potential area of rotation. Let me show you a couple of things. Let's look at velocity right here. This again is really close to the radar site, so it's hard to pick out that classic red and green there, but this is where we're watching right here at Lake Hills. So Nunan is right here. This is just a little bit to the east of the Nunan area, where we have this potential rotation right there at Lake Hills. This is Herring Road. This is where that rotation is, or has just moved over. Here is 85. I don't know if we have any tower cams there along 85, just north and east of the Nunan area. and this is where we would have here this potential rotation at Herring Road about to cross over 85, where again the National Weather Service is issuing a tornado warning for that area. I want to look at our shear marker right there, and that is also indicating right there at Herring Road along 85. This is our storm rotation. We're able to zoom into this to show you where we see our radar indicating that potential rotation crossing over 85 right now. So Shenandoah Boulevard, there along Highway 34, crossing 85 right now on the south side. This is where we have, this is why we're breaking into programming right now for a potential rotation there that is on crossing over 85. The camera you see right here is it's State Route 34, okay? So that is the area that's right there. So it's 85 and 34 is this camera right there. You're seeing folks still moving down the road, a lot of heavy rain coming down, visibility is lowered somewhat, but this is at 85 and 34 right here where we have that potential rotation. That is the camera that you're watching. I don't know if they would have another one, maybe a little bit north of 34 possible.
Reams, if you G.1231 in Coweta County, it's I-85 north at Highway 29.
Okay, so that's another one of the tower cams we're going to try to get up there on 85. Where we're seeing 34 and 85 might be just a little bit south of this potential rotation. We're going to put up another one there on 85. Again, you can see Nunan right here. The area of rotation is now just a little bit to the east of the Nunan area. I want to look at our correlation coefficient, and what we look for with this, not this part here, but we look back within the storm here. This changes in colors might be a little bit of an indicator of some lofted debris briefly there. That all just kind of dissipated a little bit. But what you're doing when we're on live here, tracking these storms with you, Danielle and I are analyzing this on the fly with you while we are on the air. So that's why we're kind of looking at those debris signatures as well as our velocity mode. It would be in this area again right here crossing over 85 where we have that potential rotation right now. That red polygon indicating where we have this tornado warning, and I want to widen out a little bit more here. This tornado warning here extends over almost to Fayetteville. So if you are in this red polygon up to Tyrone into Peachtree City, what's interesting here is our National Weather Service office is in Peachtree City, and I don't know if they're going to have to take cover there depending on how this system holds together, but it's this part right here where we're watching that potential rotation move over to the east. That would take it along Highway 74. There's Highway 34 off 85 that we showed you in that tower cam, and then 34 goes up this direction. We have Highway 74 here around Peachtree City, and then 54 closer to Fayetteville. If you're in any of these areas between where we were just showing you up to Tyrone, to Peachtree City, to Fayetteville, I want you to be in your tornado safe position. You need to be in the downstairs part of your home, the lowest floor of your home. Make sure you put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Also, if you have a basement, the best place to be is in a basement. This is not a confirmed tornado, but it is radar indicated. We were seeing a little bit of a debris signature on this a moment ago. We were seeing some velocity with it. And Danielle, what you are seeing from the National Weather Service, them talking about it crossing over 85, were there any visible indications there?
Not
what
yet.
The Weather Service was saying? Okay, so we're waiting for that. We have the cameras there.
There's a viewer report that Highway 34 in Industrial Park says he saw the tornado, but that's just speculation.
So getting some people saying they think they saw a tornado there, but again, a lot of people see dark clouds and might be, it's not a confirmed or a confirmation of an actual tornado there. So we're seeing these new scans coming in, and we still are holding on to this tornado warning there. This circulation now would be a little bit closer to the Thomas Crossroad area. It's now moving east and away from 85, so it's already crossed over. Again, if it was on the ground, there's no confirmation that it was on the ground, but the storm indicating the rotation is now east of 85. So here's 85 right here. We're seeing around Sullivan Road there, and Thomas Crossroads is the next place it would be going. Long Street is right here. There's Highway 154. This is the area right here where we would see that potential rotation about to move into the Thomas Crossroads area. And then next it would be Highway 74 here. This is Minix Road. We have Fisher Road here, and then there is Peachtree City. So this is just to the west of Peachtree City where we have this potential rotation right there at Thomas Crossroads. This storm has a history of producing these radar indicated signatures with it. We were watching these coming out of Alabama, crossing over the state line into West Georgia. We had 2 tornado warnings earlier in Carroll County, but those looked to be, if they were actual tornadoes, brief spin-ups, because the Weather Service was actually able to cancel those warnings 15 minutes before they were supposed to expire, because we just saw the rotation within that on radar dissipate. So what we're watching, whether or not this is going to be a brief spin up or not, again near Thomas Crossroads, moving now pretty much over 154. So Long Street down to the south of you, Thomas Crossroads here, going up to the north along 154, and then this is Highway 54 right here. So it's pretty much moving, if this is actually on the ground, it would be moving right along 54 there near Thomas Crossroads, continuing to push over to the east. I'll put a track on this for you on that area that we're watching, and I want to get the actual speed of it right now. And that is going to the east at 35 miles an hour. So I'm going to put a track on this. Go ahead. Go ahead, Danielle.
On Max 3, I have that camera at I-85 North. I say I-85 North at 29, Chris, because the storm rotation is still, if you go to your storm rotation, you can see it still kind of progressing along the way.
Okay, and then also I noticed we have our weather impact tracker right here. They're on 85 near Nunan, in that area close
they need to get into a safe place.
So, but it's east of 85 now, the main circulation, unless you're seeing something new.
Yes, if you go to your storm rotation, it looks like there's still some rotation kind of.
Yes, okay. A couple of clusters there.
Yes.
So near
that's with
Madras and Major. Okay. Near Madras and Major here along Highway 29. This is what Danielle was pointing out here, saying that on Max 3, we have a camera right there on 85 and 29. Is that correct?
Yes.
What you're saying right there, where we have this new rotation. So for our folks, okay, this is Max 3, where we have 85 at US 29. Again, looking there in Coweta County, just keeping an eye on these cameras to see if we can see any type of rotation developing out there. It looks like it just kind of froze up there for a second. But this is where, in that area of suspicious rotation that we're seeing potentially there on radar. And again,
and it could be rain wrapped with all this.
Exactly. That often happens with some storms like this. So tell our crew, if they tell them to get off at the next exit just to take cover for a moment, because they're in an area close to where we see this potential rotation, to get, I don't know if they can hear me or not, just to get off at the next exit. In fact, if they can hear me, tell them I'd love to talk with them. I'm not sure if we can actually get them live or not. Okay, I see they're getting off the exit there to just to kind of be off the exit. I would prefer that they be safe there, because they're along that part near 85 where we are seeing potential rotation there. And then we'll get back to them in a moment. Just I want to make sure that they are safe from this rotation. There are a couple of areas of where we're watching.
A tornado warning downstream.
A little bit more to the east here.
Yes.
Okay, let's get back to this area that we're watching. Okay, so they did extend that out. It's now a little bit to the east of that area, still including Tyrone, still including Peachtree City. Now this goes over toward Fayetteville for this tornado warning in effect coming out of Coweta County. So in Nunan, along Highway 29, you are no longer in that polygon. The potential rotation that we've been indicating here on radar is no longer in the Nunan area. It is to the east of Nunan, right in this area here along Highway 154 there and 85. There are a couple of areas of potential rotation that our radar is indicating here. And while we're here, I want to look at our okay, nothing standing out, Danielle, that I'm seeing on the debris finder correlation coefficient.
No, but if you go back to the storm rotation, it got a little bit more light blue, so that means it's strengthening a little bit there.
Okay, so there we see this area there along 85 and 29 turning light blue. This in Thomas Crossroads also.
And you can also see it now in velocity.
And velocity, let me go back.
It's just a little itty bitty notch.
Yes,
so
okay, so
it's probably rain wrapped, very tiny.
Yes, okay. Near McCollum, Raymond Hill Road, that's the area you're watching?
Yes.
Which is to the north of the polygon, really on the edge of this polygon right here,
the edge.
where we're seeing this potential rotation here at Raymond Hill Road. They're issuing the warning more for potential rotation down here as well. So as we've been seeing on our shear markers, there are a few areas of potential rotation, and it's not out of the question that within that line of storms, there could be multiple vortices within that storm. And we're seeing the multiple areas on our debris tracker or storm rotation of that happening. So along 154, Reams, what was that? Okay, Highway 154 at Raymond Hill is this camera right here. That's in Coweta County, with the heavy rain that continues to come down. Here in Nunan, again, that's the city of Nunan downtown. The worst of it, you're still getting some rain in Coweta County, but the severe part of this, or the tornadic or rotation part of this, is to the east of you right now, but this camera is kind of shooting toward the north and east, so we can still keep an eye there over to the west. Here again is that area of rotation that we're watching. Let's go back to the shear markers. And both of those, this should be updating here again soon, where we're seeing the blue, lighter blue coming out a little bit more, giving us a little bit more of an indicator of potential rotation still there along 85. So this is nearing Peachtree City. Are they saying in Peachtree City any concerns about them having to take cover?
Not yet.
Many times when we have storms or tornadoes coming over the National Weather Service office, they would have to hand over operations. They would have to take cover and hand over operations to potentially Birmingham, their National Weather Service office there, so that they could continue warnings while they potentially have to take a cover there in Peachtree City. So they have not given us any indications of that, but we're watching that. That is, in Peachtree City is where our National Weather Service office is, and they are the ones who originate these warnings there. Here again is the velocity mode. And again, near major, we're watching a little bit of red and green coming together here. Again, on the top end of that, we've got this right here in the middle of the polygon, about to go over Minix Road. There is where we have that other potential rotation here. That is between major and Peachtree City. And we'll keep an eye on that rotation. And again, our markers indicating that potential for some there. We don't really see a debris signature, but that debris signature also gets a little tricky when you get that close to the radar site. In fact, so what I was talking about, this is the National Weather Service office right here at the center of that sweep that we have, our radar sweep that we see right at the bottom of the screen. So the heavy rain about to move in over there. We're thinking though that the main circulation that we're watching along this leading edge that has prompted this this tornado warning would be hopefully stay just south of the National Weather Service office there in Peachtree City, but that is a close call.
They extended the airport ground stop until 4:15 now.
All right, we mentioned earlier we have a ground stop at Hartsfield-Jackson. And they have extended that ground stop, Danielle says, until 4:15. As here's the airport right here. You see that those colors there. And this leading edge is about to come in to the airport. They're doing that, of course, to protect the planes, the pilots, the passengers, but also the ground crews at Hartsfield-Jackson as this very heavy rain and some thunder and lightning is about to move in. Here's the airport that you see right here at the bottom. We'll be seeing that. The visibility is coming down very soon there. And again, this at the top is one of our cameras in Coweta County at State Route 154 at Raymond Hill Road. But we still have this tornado warning in effect for these areas now, that leading edge pushing into Peachtree City right now. If you're in Peachtree City, Tyrone, and just over to near Fayetteville, that's where that polygon cuts off. I want you to be in your safe place now. The indicators that we're watching for any rotation are still there, but we also see that we could have some spin-ups coming back up. So these are our tracks that we have here indicating this is a history of the rotation. So this is the current rotation that we have. Again, that was crossing over 85 and Thomas Crossroads, but you can see how that was developing out to the west. So these are the tracks, the history of the actual rotation. And this takes us to where we are now, which shows maybe that coming now a little bit more over 85, 154 over toward Fisher Road. A couple little spots there of potential rotation approaching Peachtree City. So there's North Peachtree Parkway, Tyrone Road. We have Robinson Road down there. Long Street, this would be just north of you. So these are all the areas that need to be in your tornado safe place at this hour, where we have this tornado warning that is going to be in effect here for another little while. It'll be in effect until 3:45 this afternoon, which is right now it's 3:26. for those areas down to the south of us. At 3:45, this is supposed to expire. If it holds together through the entire part of this, and again, the main areas that we're watching generally south of I-20, where our atmospheric conditions are a little more conducive for storms to really fire up, and storms that could have some rotation with them. The air on the north of I-20, on the north side, is a little more stable, and we don't see as many chances for severe storms to be happening there, even though we do have all of this heavy rain that is moving into the Atlanta area right now. Here's a look at the severe thunderstorm warnings. This one back in parts of Douglas County, South Fulton, Coweta as well. They have another one within, or actually the tornado warning is within this other severe thunderstorm warning that includes areas of Fayette County, parts of Clayton County, also Coweta County, and the northern parts of Meriwether County, because this cluster here is the one that's really had that main area of heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, and that cluster down to the south is that same area that's had more of that potential rotation from those storms that have been pushing over to the east. So it's pretty much crossing over or to the east of 85 right now. Y'all can tell our weather impact vehicle, if they're watching, they can get back on the road, but just still be very alert and be careful. There that they can get back on the road if we want to pop them back up in just a little bit there. But we still have that tornado warning now generally along 85 and east of 85, and I really think that circulation now would be a little bit more to the east of 85, crossing over the line from Coweta County into Fayette. So here you see that black line right there, that's the county line from Coweta County over toward Fayette County. And there's Fayetteville here, Peachtree City here. The center of the sweep of our radar, National Weather Service office, is right down there. So we have this really heavy rain coming in right now for those spots. So I want to go back to the shear markers. And it updated just a little bit there, Danielle. Still just showing that bit of shear now closer to Peachtree City, still indicating some of that near Major. I really think that newest shear right now would be right around here, closer to Peachtree City. So our rotation detection here, our map that shows where we have potential rotation, is indicating south of Tyrone toward Peachtree City up toward Major, the potential still for some rotation with it. And again, it gets hard to pick this out when it is so close to the radar site. We may have maybe a little bit of indications here down toward Peachtree City, into Shake Rag, Tyrone Road, Ebenezer Road, along Highway 54 there, getting over toward Fayetteville, which is right there, is where we see that potential rotation continuing to move on over to the east. So in Shake Rag, be in your safe spot right now. Be in your basement, be in the lowest floor of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible as this system continues moving over to the east. And I'm going to get the speed of this, and we will moving east at 35 miles an hour. So I'm going to have to zoom out a bit so that we'll be able to pull our wedge here out that far to 35 miles an hour. And there you see that that would include moving into Shake Rag in just a few minutes at 3:33. Right now, it is 3:30, and as Danielle has been telling you, if you are streaming with us right now, sometimes the stream may be delayed 30 seconds or a minute or maybe even a little bit more. So right now, as we're broadcasting, it's 3:30, and this should move into Shake Rag at 3:33. In 3 minutes or less here, about 2.5 minutes, is when this circulation would move into Shake Rag. If it makes it to Fayetteville, if it holds together, that would be at 3:43. And then beyond this polygon, if it keeps moving over to the east and it keeps holding on to that rotation, it would push into Lovejoy at 3:57. And whether or not it still has rotation or not, that's when you'll be seeing heavy rain and storms in Lovejoy at 3:57, and then into Hampton at 4 o'clock, Flippin at 4:10. So it looks like, did they just let that?
Yeah, they let it expire.
Okay, so this is no longer in effect, that tornado warning. You saw that red polygon just disappear right there. And I'm going to go back here. So they actually canceled it. For northern Fayette and northeastern Coweta County, it is canceled. So it's no longer in effect. They were canceling it before the expiration time. And so that one is no longer in effect. So this is an example of what we're seeing here with these storms moving in where they have some rotation with them. And you hear us a lot of times talking about a brief spin up. And that's pretty much what we're getting. They're brief spin-ups with rotation indicated by radar, signaling a tornado warning, and then it just doesn't live a long time. And it's just a brief spin-up that happens there. Those can still cause damage. We don't have any reports of any damage yet, but this line that's moving in has a history of doing just that, producing these brief spin-up tornadoes here. Let's go back to a bigger picture here, and I want to give you perspective of what we're watching. Here in Atlanta, the storms are not here yet, but they are getting closer. That line that is strongest is here where we have the severe thunderstorm warning for those areas of Coweta, Fayette, parts of Clayton County. This would be moving into Spalding County next and then into Henry County. Again, no tornado warning is still in effect there. It also includes the northern parts of Meriwether County where we have the severe thunderstorm warning. Let me put the expiration time on here for that severe thunderstorm warning so you can kind of get an idea there as that continues moving up toward the moving over toward the east. It expires at 3:45. So this severe thunderstorm warning will be in effect for another a little bit less than 15 minutes. And then we expect we'll have another tier of warnings, possibly, again, mainly south of I-20, could possibly include Henry County, potentially Spalding County, maybe Pike and Lamar County, maybe making it over into Butts County. But we're just going to see how this holds together. Moving there on the south side, and again, it is the south side that has the warmer air, more of the instability, but it does look like there, Danielle, I almost kind of feel like I see that lightning count shifting more down to the south.
Yeah.
As that continues to move on over to the east. So it could be, again, don't let your guard down, but as I'm telling you, Danielle and I are analyzing this on the fly while we are on the air, where we have these storms moving through and just looking for any indicators of any changes there in intensity or the lightning count. In fact, let me do a quick look at the lightning count right here. We'll go back to live mode. And we're going to widen out just a little bit more here. And we'll kind of do a lightning count on this whole part that goes down to around near the area of LaGrange. We'll include just Georgia. We'll stop there near LaGrange. And that whole line has about 49 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. And most of that is south of I-20. There is a little bit of lightning just to the north and east of Rome, into parts of northern Bartow County, southern parts of Whitfield County and Murray County. And then this line approaching Atlanta will give us some really heavy rain coming in on the west side of the perimeter. You'll have some thunder and lightning there, but for now, most of the severe stuff and the strongest stuff is down to the south of I-20, where we have the severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect, and they have taken away part of that warning, and this is what is left of that right now on those areas on the south side. Still right here, moving through Peachtree City, we have this severe thunderstorm warning right there, just barely touching 85 north of Peachtree City, going into these areas of Fayette County and Clayton County, and stopping right at Henry County, and then down to the south here, down toward the northern parts of Meriwether County. Again, still there, including Fayette County. Does not include Spalding yet. We'll wait and see if the National Weather Service is going to include Henry, Spalding, or Pike and Lamar in just a little bit as the line moves in. But it all just depends on how strong this is as it's holding together. There's a look right now at our weather impact tracker that is, I believe, still in Coweta County. I'm not sure if they turned around or went into a different direction, but it looks like where they are, the rain is not as heavy as it was a little bit earlier. We also have this traffic camera at State Route 54 in the Fayetteville area, where you can see right here the cars are moving along through that intersection where we do see some pockets of heavy rain that are going to be pushing through or have already pushed through the Fayetteville area right now. So the whole thing that we're watching here is we have to continue keeping an eye on these storms The ones north of I-20 and about to push in Atlanta are not as strong as they were in East or West Georgia. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning with these storms in parts of Haralson County and also to Polk County as they were crossing over the line. But now as they're moving in closer to Atlanta, remember what I was telling you about the temperatures here, it is a little cooler. It's not as warm. Temperature in Atlanta right now is 66 degrees. So we have more 70s down to the south, and we've even had some 80s, lower 80s down into LaGrange. Now that rain-cooled air is going to cool them down a little bit more. But as this storm system, as this line moves into that wedge of cooler air, we're watching these storms fall apart a little bit and not be as strong as they were as they pushed on over to the east, but continuing to watch this on the south side, number one, to see if they extend a warning out to include more counties as it moves to the east. Also, because this part of the storm that's moving out of Coweta into Fayette County right now, that is the part of the storm that has had a history of producing some rotation that was indicating a radar indicated rotation here from our Doppler radar. So a lot still here to watch, and that's why we're hanging with you on streaming, and we will continue to watch these storms as they push in closer to the city here. So our newscast is coming up at 3:37. I'm sorry, it's 3:37 now. Our newscast is coming up at 4. We're getting a little bit better confidence. Danielle, how are you feeling about, and I know we're still seeing a little bit of rotation markers there.
Right, but it's weakening, so it's not as strong. We're not seeing that light blue in the middle of it, so it is weakening. I will say that at Peachtree City, they did just say that they looked back at the radar data and they can see that there was a possible TDS in Carroll County and in Coweta right before it crossed 85. Okay,
so a TDS is a tornado debris signature. Danielle saying that they've looked back at some of the data indicating that there was possibly debris signature there, and that was the same part that we were pointing out there on our debris tracker,
like Thomas Crossroads.
Yes,
and back
over in that area. So we're going to be getting some more data coming in on that, but this is what we're talking about around Peachtree City. Still maybe a little bit of weak rotation there. As it goes through these areas of Fayette County now approaching Fayetteville. But again, not enough of a rotation for the National Weather Service to issue a new warning. And it looks like, as Danielle was saying, when this was up here along 85, we had some of the lighter blue colors with it. And that was showing us that maybe that rotation was getting a little stronger. Now, not only is this marker shrinking up, but it's also the dark blue, which is a very small area of potential rotation as it came through. Danielle, do you have the historical track right there? Let Danielle show that real quick, that area that was up near McCollum.
So this is the historical track, our rotation tracks of where the rotation was in the storm as it continued to develop. Now, the area that they're saying is before it crossed 85. So really, right near McCollum, this is right where we were talking about. If you remember, I said the camera at 85 and Highway 29. This is exactly where we could have possibly seen the strongest of the rotation in that tornado warning at that time. We also saw a brief signature on some of our debris finder, but as of right now, it looks like that will probably be the place. So if you are traveling that area, and I'll zoom in just a little bit too, you want to make sure that you use caution just in case there could be some trees down. What happens is, especially when it's raining this hard outside, it could be rain wrapped, it's cloudy, you can never really tell. So the only thing that they'll have to go by is damage. So you could be seeing some trees down, maybe some shingles off the house, maybe even some roofing damage. So these are things that you want to make sure that you are using caution. So if you live in Arbor Springs Plantation Drive, even near Fisher and in Major, Raymond Hill Road, right before I-85, this is where we could have possibly seen a tornado. So they're going to have to go out and they're going to have to survey it just like they have been doing for the past storms to get the latest information on that. But Chris, right now, that is probably the only place as far as the rotation tracks are that I can see. Maybe that's exactly what they were talking about for that brief TDS.
All right, Danielle, thank you for that update on that. In fact, guys in the control room, if y'all want to tell our folks in our weather vehicle if they want to go to the McCollum area, they might find some damage there. So what we're going to do right now As we've seen that rotation marker really start to dissipate, and now that we still don't have a tornado warning, it's been a while since we've had an active tornado warning on the south side. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning here on the south side for those areas of Fayette County, parts of Coweta, parts of Clayton County, all right here. This is going to still be in effect until we get to the time frame of 3:45. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to hang with you. We're going to hang with you until 3:45 to make sure they don't issue any additional warnings on that. We're feeling a little more confident that we can take you back to our regularly scheduled programming. We'll do a little reset here. Danielle and I will continue streaming on 11 Alive Plus, and then we'll have our newscast coming up at 4 o'clock. And guys in the control room, confirm that with the managers that plan is okay. Or if they want us to extend to 4, we can. It's just if they want us to go to 4, we can, as we keep tracking that. But as far as the threat level has come down a little bit more, and we're not seeing the rotation within these storms anymore, and I'm starting to feel a little more comfortable, especially since we're seeing those shear markers kind of going away with this, and we think that it's beginning that weakening trend just a little bit more even on the south side, and these storms on the north side are also we're going to get some good rain coming in on the north side. We've got heavy rain in Rome along 75 there, in parts of Cobb County, about to cross over toward Roswell. Okay, we're going to stay up until 47 for another 5 minutes here. And we'll keep watching that part coming in now on the west side of the perimeter. And Danielle, don't have my tower cams up. If we want to put Truist, if you can, in 58. And I want to go back here. While you're doing that, I want to go back to the airport to show what we're watching there at Hartsfield Jackson, where we do have the ground stop. And look at that visibility. Look at those clouds right now at Hartsfield Jackson. There are a couple of planes taxiing on the runway, and there's one taking off. It looks like right here that's about to take off. It could be that the landing arriving flights are not able potentially to arrive as these storms come through, but I know the folks at Hartsfield are watching. Go ahead.
Because of the wind shear sometimes.
With the wind shear?
Yeah. And landing's difficult.
Danielle, very experienced in air traffic, as she used to work at an airline and used to be on those planes when all of these delays would be being issued there. But there again is Hartsfield Jackson, and that ground stop was extended, I think you said, until 4:15
yes.
at least. So we'll keep an eye on that at Hartsfield Jackson.
Also, if they had taxied out already, then
yes.
they were going to be able to take off. It's really just for when you land, you can't get the bags off because, like you said, they have to watch out for those ground crews and things of that nature. I did put Truist in 58.
Okay. All right. I am still seeing.
What are you seeing? I don't know what's going on.
Okay. We'll figure it out. But Truist will be showing us a good view of that line of storms as it continues to move in. There we go. Wow. So yeah, you see all the heavy rain coming down on Truist Park right now. And that is on the north side of the perimeter there at 75 and 285, where we see this really heavy rain that is coming in over Truist. And this is what is pushing into the perimeter and will be arriving in our area at any time here in the city of Atlanta very quickly. But what that is mainly is heavy rain and some wind coming into Atlanta. It's not anything severe. This warning here, this yellow polygon that you see here, is supposed to expire at 3:45. We are going to hold on here and make sure that does expire, and we'll wait and see if the Weather Service is going to issue another one. Sometimes when this happens, well, what they're doing, it looks like, is issuing a special weather statement now, down line from that. That special weather statement is for Lamar, Upson, and Meriwether. So here's Lamar County, Upson, and Meriwether. So that's because of this right here. issuing what they call a special weather statement, where it's not an indicator of a severe storm. Winds are more like 40 to 50 miles an hour rather than severe storms, which would be 57, 58 miles an hour or greater, or hail an inch in diameter. So we have a special statement here. What's going to be interesting to see is if they issue a new warning or a special statement for Spalding, Henry County, or for those areas along 75 there. Okay, so that polygon just disappeared. So we have less than a minute here to go as we're going to take you back to our programming. We're going to reset, get ready for our 4 o'clock newscast, and from that, we'll determine whether or not we need to hold on until the newscast to talk more about this. But as of right now, they have not issued a new warning along this line. That is the one that has had the history of producing not only the strongest winds, the heaviest rain, also that is where we have had that area where we've had the rotation that has been developing too. And so far, the rotation markers have been dissipating. The severe thunderstorm warning just expired. So what we're going to do is take you back to our regularly scheduled program. Jennifer Hudson, you'll be able to see the last 14 minutes of that. Then we'll have more with you coming up at the top of the hour. If you want more weather information, stay with us, and we'll keep streaming from our streaming studio right here on 11 Alive Plus.
Hello again, I'm meteorologist Danielle Moss with a weather update for you. Today has definitely been a wild weather evening. We had plenty of severe thunderstorms. We also had some tornado warnings, and it's been a lot, but we're starting to settle down here all across central and north Georgia. Here's a current look. This is a picture that was sent in by Chandler Stewart. You can see the lightning bolt literally touching the tower downtown Atlanta. That's definitely a scary sight, but those buildings are built to withstand any kind of lightning strikes. This is a look at some video. This was sent in by our very own Cheryl Preheim, who works the morning show. This is in Fayette County when the heaviest of the rainfall was going through and there was a tornado warning in that area. She said she could hear the sirens going off. That's always a scary situation when you hear those tornado sirens and you're trying to figure out, oh my goodness, let's get in my safe place. Another reason why we try to encourage you to make a plan ahead of the time. But Cheryl was on top of it and she had a chance to even send us a video. Here's a look at our satellite and radar outside right now. What are we looking at across the southeast? There's still a little bit of moisture left. Down to the south in portions of Mississippi near Hattiesburg, there is another convective system, but that's going to be staying to the south of us even if we see it go across Alabama tonight, but it looks like it's going to be dissipating. Then as you take a closer look to home, there's some heavy rainfall moving near Bibb County where Macon is. There's also some thunderstorms into southeast Georgia, and here in metro Atlanta we are mostly dry. North Georgia is starting to dry out, especially in northwest Georgia and along the I-20 corridor headed westward, drying out just a little bit, but unfortunately there is more rainfall off to our east in portions of Athens. And as we take a closer look here into the metro, we are mostly dry. There's some isolated pockets of rain, but most of us are starting to dry out just a little bit. Here's a look into the Atlanta Motor Speedway, and it's definitely still raining there. You can see little raindrops on our camera. You can see some rain falling from the sky. It's very cloudy out there. That's going to create a problem a little bit later for the airport. Right now, there are ground delays. The ground stop has been lifted, but the ground delays are still ongoing. And at last check, it was going to be at least 45-minute delays at the Atlanta airport. So you definitely want to make sure that you allow extra time. That's going to be delaying a lot of things, and just pack your patience as you head out there this evening. This is looking to our University of North Georgia camera in Dahlonega, and you can see the rain drops once again on that camera. So just normal rainfall. There's not any severe weather in our area, and our temperatures are actually looking a little bit cooler. This is a look at our actual temperatures here in metro Atlanta at 66 degrees, and it feels like 66. In fact, I'm a little bit interested to see what the other temperatures are like across really north and central Georgia. As of right now, obviously there's a lot of heavy rainfall moving in some areas, but this is a look at our current temperatures. 66 in Atlanta, 60 degrees in Blairsville. It's raining in Gainesville and it's around 58. 68 down in Thomaston, around 67 in Carrollton. So our temperatures are definitely varying, and if we look at our 24-hour temperature change, I think that kind of helps with our weather story a little bit. Definitely saw a difference with our high temperatures today, especially into north Georgia. But however, where those severe storms they started to develop, that's where it was a little bit warmer, a little bit more humid outside, and that kind of strengthened some of those storms as they really started to push our way. Here in metro Atlanta, we're 14 degrees cooler than what we were this time yesterday. Gainesville, 20 degrees cooler, and Rome, 14 degrees cooler. So our temperatures are definitely getting into the chilly department. Now, even though most of the stronger storms have continued to push off, we are still unfortunately in that level 2. So we just have to keep our attention on some things, especially as these storms move eastward. I'm thinking that the severe weather threat is mostly done, which is great news for us. Let's time it out for you. What can you expect? This is a look at our forecast track, the latest that we're watching. That heavy rainfall is going to be staying down to the south of us, and the stronger of the storms as well. We could be seeing some pockets of isolated showers develop around 9 or 10 o'clock with some lingering rainfall, but we're not looking at anything too strong or severe. Overnight tonight, we do have a chance to see another maybe light round of rain, but once again, the atmosphere has been worked over so well with that storm system that passed through the first time that we're not going to be looking at any severe weather, but some rainfall can definitely be expected. Once again, 24-hour temperature change, that was already cooler before the rainfall started today, and our highs were expected to be into the 70s, and you can see around 76 degrees, and we were there it was definitely a nice cooler day, even though we had some cloud cover and some rain. As you prepare for tomorrow morning, rain showers are definitely possible when you wake up, just light rain at best. Heavier rainfall will start to taper off just a little bit in the overnight hours. We are under a level 1 for tomorrow, so just make sure that you are prepared for that. Some of these isolated storms could be on the stronger side, but I'm thinking that the severe weather threat really won't be a problem for us. So let's time it out for us. Most of the models are agreeing that we're not going to be seeing widespread rain on Wednesday. It's going to be a calmer day weather-wise, which is great, but we could be seeing some isolated showers kind of lingering around for your Wednesday morning. Then we start to see some clearing working in, and that's going to allow our temperatures to be back into the 80s for your Wednesday. But some of these isolated showers and thunderstorms, if they develop, you could hear a few rumbles of thunder, maybe some lightning, but we're not looking at anything that's going to be too dramatic. Now, as you head into your Thursday, this is Thursday morning at 8:30 a.m., we could be seeing another convective system that could be developing, and that could be bringing us a little bit of rainfall as well. In fact, I'm going to take it back just a little bit. 5 a.m. on your Thursday, looking mostly dry, but then we could be seeing another convective system coming through really late Thursday morning, headed into Thursday afternoon, and then we could be seeing some more showers develop into the evening and the nighttime hours. Now that's for your Thursday, and in fact, if we take a look at Thursday's severe weather outlook, we're not in a marginal risk at all for your Thursday. Just normal thunderstorms could develop, and that's probably some really good news. Some relief will be on the way for sure. Now, as we take a look, I'm going to drag the rest of this out. We have to watch for your Friday morning, because Friday morning shows us another, this is like our 5th or 6th convective system for this week. It could be developing, and it could brush through for your Friday afternoon, and that could be bringing us another chance for some showers and thunderstorms. Right now, it's too far out to make a call on severe weather outlook, but we're not in that extended, which is good. But if we take a look at our rain chances for the next 5 days, a 30% chance for your Wednesday and Thursday. Friday, that rain chance goes up because of that convective system that will be coming through Friday morning. Saturday, we are going to be nice and dry, and then Sunday, we start to work some of those rain chances back into the forecast. So let's sum it out for you again. This is a look into our extended forecast. This is Friday afternoon. This is most of that rainfall. Obviously, you know, it looks like it's going to be a complete washout, but this long range model holds more moisture in it than what's actually going to happen. Take a look at Saturday. That's great. That's absolutely nice, clear. It's nice and dry outside. And then as we work into your Sunday afternoon, maybe some light rain showers for your Sunday, but it looks like we could be staying dry for a while. Here's even better news as we head into really the end of that first week of June. It looks like our temperatures could be well above average. That's going to be really nice and warm, very summer-like as we head into June. In fact, here's a look at that 7-day forecast for you. We have that weather impacts alert until maybe around 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. Then our temperatures for your Wednesday back into the low 80s. The rain shower is going to cool us off just a little bit as we head into the weekend. But then as we head into Saturday, which will be one of the best days out of the next 7, our temperatures will start to climb back up into the mid 80s. And by Monday, it'll be 84 degrees, and it looks like it could be mostly dry. So this is not too bad of a 7-day forecast. Our rain chances are starting to diminish just a little bit. We'll still keep our eye on the forecast. With these convective systems, you really just have to watch them, because your temperatures play a big part into what happens outside. So whenever we talk about, you know, storms starting to develop when your temperatures are into the 80s, that does bring a little bit of a cause for concern. So it's something that we'll continue to monitor, and we'll always bring you the latest updates on that. Make sure you join our 11 Alive Weather Impact Facebook group. There's a lot of photos and videos of all the storms that came through this afternoon. We're going to continue to monitor that group. We love to show you what's happening, and we love to see what's happening outside of your doorstep too. If you can do it safely, drop those photos in that group. But for now, meteorologist Danielle Moss, Chief Meteorologist Chris Hogan will be on at 9 o'clock to give you another update and let you know exactly where we stand with all the rainfall for the rest of the night. As Georgia welcomes in spring, we also see more storms, and with them, more tornadoes. April tends to be the busiest month for them, with about 6 days of swirling action on average. It's the peak of the stormy season when Mother Nature really lets loose. When strong to severe storms roll in, they bring their party tricks: high winds, hail, lightning, and sometimes even a tornado or two. Tornadoes form when warm, moist air meets cooler, dry air. This creates instability and wind shear, causing horizontal air currents to rotate. Updrafts tilt these rotating air columns vertically, and when they reach the ground, a tornado forms. Tornadoes are rated using the enhanced Fujita scale, which ranges from EF0 to EF5. The scale measures wind speeds from 65 miles per hour to over 200 miles per hour, with higher ratings indicating more severe damage. To prepare for tornadoes, have a plan with a safe spot, a kit with essentials, and take warnings seriously. We go way more into detail with our guide on 11alive.com/weather. As Georgia welcomes in spring, we also see more storms, and with them, more tornadoes. April tends to be the busiest month for them, with about 6 days of swirling action on average. It's the peak of the stormy season when Mother Nature really lets loose. When strong to severe storms roll in, they bring their party tricks: high winds, hail, lightning, and sometimes even a tornado or two. Tornadoes form when warm, moist air meets cooler, dry air. This creates instability and wind shear, causing horizontal air currents to rotate. Updrafts tilt these rotating air columns vertically, and when they reach the ground, a tornado forms. Tornadoes are rated using the enhanced Fujita scale, which ranges from EF0 to EF5. The scale measures wind speeds from 65 miles per hour to over 200 miles per hour, with higher ratings indicating more severe damage. To prepare for tornadoes, have a plan with a safe spot, a kit with essentials, and take warnings seriously. We go way more into detail with our guide on 11alive.com/weather.
North Georgia changes quickly, and when storms develop, you could see hail. Hail often forms when it's warm outside, not cold. It all has to do with temperatures higher up in the atmosphere. When thunderstorms develop, air rises, creating upward winds called updrafts. These updrafts carry particles of water up into the atmosphere where temperatures in the upper levels of the clouds are below freezing. The water particles freeze into little pellets of ice that we call hail. As the hailstones bounce around in the cloud, they fall below the freezing line, accumulate a layer of water, or bump into other hailstones, then rise back above the freezing line, freeze, and get bigger. This process continues until the hail is too heavy to be held up by the updrafts and they fall to the ground. Stronger updrafts mean bigger hail. In order for hail to be considered severe, it must be 1 inch or larger. That's about quarter-sized. And if you see that, let us know by joining our Facebook group. Just search 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. North Georgia changes quickly, and when storms develop, you could see hail. Hail often forms when it's warm outside, not cold. It all has to do with temperatures higher up in the atmosphere. When thunderstorms develop, air rises, creating upward winds called updrafts. These updrafts carry particles of water up into the atmosphere where temperatures in the upper levels of the clouds are below freezing. The water particles freeze into little pellets of ice that we call hail. As the hailstones bounce around in the cloud, they fall below the freezing line, accumulate a layer of water, or bump into other hailstones, then rise back above the freezing line, freeze, and get bigger. This process continues until the hail is too heavy to be held up by the updrafts and they fall to the ground. Stronger updrafts mean bigger hail. In order for hail to be considered severe, it must be 1 inch or larger. That's about quarter sized. And if you see that, let us know by joining our Facebook group. Just search 11 Alive Weather Impact Team.
Good evening. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. It has been a very active day out there today as we have been tracking that line of showers and storms that moved through earlier, and that prompted numerous tornado warnings on the west side as that line of storms was coming in from Alabama, moving into West Georgia. We had some tornado warnings as they were moving out of Cleburne and Randolph County into parts of Carroll County. We actually had 2 tornado warnings in Carroll County earlier today. Then as that system moved on over to the east, we had some warnings in parts of Coweta County and Fayette County, and then continued to watch everything move on away from our area. On north of I-20 and here in Metro Atlanta, we had some heavy rain and thunder and lightning, but nothing was ever severe. We've got some really interesting weather dynamics that I'm going to explain to you coming up. And the temperatures, the east wind, the wedge, the cooler air really was a determining factor on who saw severe weather and who didn't see severe weather out there for today. Let me break down what we're watching right now. We are in a break in the action now. Even though we still have some low clouds around, we even have some areas of fog developing and a low ceiling. There could be some mist and drizzle that's so light it's not showing up on radar. But we have the back edge of that rain that came through earlier, that back edge still making its way through parts of Athens, over near the Lake Oconee area, Madison County or Morgan County near Madison, Georgia. So that back edge is still going to be moving on out. So we have a little chance to dry out somewhat. Now again, we have the low clouds, mist and drizzle is possible to still have around our area, but no active heavy rain, no thunderstorms in Metro Atlanta at all. We're getting a break in that action for now. We're not finished with the rain chances yet. We're just seeing a break in that action right now. And there goes that back edge as it goes down to the south, and here's that drier air trying to filter in to the Metro Atlanta area. If you go out to the east of us, though, you still see, as I mentioned, that back edge has already gone through Covington and parts of Newton County still, pushing into those areas of Putnam County. Here's Morgan County here. That'll eventually go into Greene County. And we still had some good moderate rain and thunder and lightning just within the past couple of hours there, south of Eatonton down toward Milledgeville. But now even all of that, you see that yellow and orange, that is all starting to really fall apart too. So even folks in East Georgia are starting to see a little bit of a break in the action there. And then North Georgia is looking pretty good, but let me take you up here to Huntsville. Doesn't that look interesting? Number one, they have additional rain moving through parts of northern Alabama and even a flash flood warning in effect near Huntsville. This was a tornado warning a little bit earlier, just a little bit to the east of Huntsville. We had a couple of rotations that the National Weather Service office in Huntsville was keeping an eye on. They issued a tornado warning. Now it is back to a severe thunderstorm warning, but that just goes to show you they are not in a severe thunderstorm watch. They're not in a tornado watch, but at any time sometimes we could get some brief spin-ups or any kind of rotation that could develop out of these systems, even as benign as that looks back in northern Alabama, still prompting what was a tornado warning and now a severe thunderstorm warning there. But it looks like all that action is going to stay there. Also, in parts of South Alabama and in parts of Mississippi, they still have a couple of severe thunderstorm watches in effect there and some severe thunderstorm warnings. That's with this line coming out of Mississippi going through parts of southwestern Alabama. We have some thunder and lightning in association with that, some strong storms. We think the energy of that is going to stay well down to the south, through South Alabama, maybe the Florida Panhandle, and I really think that'll be falling apart once it makes it here to parts of South Georgia. Elsewhere, again, even though that main system has pushed on through, we are still in this atmosphere that is conducive for plenty of moisture and just needing a triggering mechanism to make any of these showers or thunder showers to pop up. And that's kind of what we're going to keep watching. And then even more storms back into Texas. So nobody's really getting a break now. We'll just keep watching these waves of moisture and waves of rain that'll keep moving through. I do think we're going to get a little bit more of a break here heading into tomorrow. Let's take a look at the tower cam. And let's take a look at this full, because this is our camera at the University of North Georgia, and you can kind of see what we're talking about there with the raindrops on the lens up in parts of North Georgia. Even though that rain has moved out, we are seeing a good look at that. Let's look at this full screen if we can there, Reams. There we go. And you'll notice there, number one, that, but then also we have what we're watching at the airport. Now earlier we did have a ground stop at Hartsfield-Jackson as those storms were coming in, and they were stopping departures at other airports from coming to Atlanta, and then they were trying to get the all the airplanes that were all already lined up and ready to go out of here before those storms moved in. And they kept kind of delaying that ground stop. It was supposed to end at 3 something, I don't remember what time it was, but then they held on to it until 4:15. And so now they were seeing some delays once the ground stop ended. Now they're dealing with some lower visibility and a little bit of fog that looks like it's trying to develop there at Hartsfield-Jackson as well. This is good news here. Earlier, you'll remember, we were in a level 1 risk north of I-20 and a level 2 risk south of I-20, but now all of that severe weather threat has gone away. We just have some general showers here possible. We're not worried about a big time severe weather threat here. That's mainly down to the south in Alabama, where we showed you, where we have that severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect. Also, that level 1 risk is now south of Macon as those storms have pushed away, and we have some more stable air on the north side. For tomorrow, our rain chances tomorrow are going to be lower, but the ones that develop could be strong. We're going with about a 30% chance for showers tomorrow. We can see some of those in the morning hours and then some breaks in the afternoon, even some sunshine breaking through in the afternoon hours. But then if that builds up some heat, we can see some additional scattered showers developing, and any of those that develop could turn strong. So it's a low level risk, a level 1 of 5 risk for any severe storms here. And then on Thursday, the severe weather threat shifts down to the south. Yes, we still think we'll have a few scattered showers around, but we're hoping the severe weather threat is going to be more limited to those areas that are going to be more down to the south of us. Now, this is the interesting dynamic that I want to tell you about with the temperatures that we have. Now, right now, everything's pretty uniform. We do have warmer air south and west of us in LaGrange, also in Thomaston. Peachtree City is 67, 65 in Atlanta, but go up to Duluth and it's 60, also 60 in Athens. We have 50s in Gainesville and Canton and Blairsville and Clayton. What's happening is we have this wedge of cooler air. That's an east wind, a northeast or easterly wind that comes down from the Carolinas. It's a shallow layer of cooler air at the surface, and it's a little more stable. So we had that over us today. In fact, our high in Atlanta today was only 72 degrees. And then up around Duluth, Gainesville, for the big part of the day, temperatures were only in the 50s. And then down toward LaGrange, we actually made it into the upper 70s and lower 80s earlier. So we had really warm air to the south, kind of moderate temperatures here in Atlanta, and then much cooler air to the north and east, thanks to that northeasterly flow, that wedge of cooler air. So as those showers and storms were coming in from Alabama, they held together coming out of Alabama into West Georgia, where we had most of those severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. And we even had some tornado warnings, as I mentioned, down on the south side in Coweta County. Then as that all moved in and it started hitting some of that cooler, more stable air, that's when we saw those storms not totally falling apart, but then weakening and losing some of the energy that was needed to make them become severe. And we pretty much saw the severe weather threat going away as everything moved to the east, and we actually witnessed that line of storms really starting to fall apart a bit as it kept on moving over to the east. And also, if you remember from earlier, we did have a severe thunderstorm watch that was in effect mainly along I-20 and southward, because the Storm Prediction Center and our National Weather Service weren't really concerned about North Georgia having any severe storms, just because of that cooler air in North Georgia and Northeast Georgia that stabilized our atmosphere just a little bit more. So here's a look at tomorrow's forecast. In the morning, we're going to have some clouds around. Patchy fog is possible in the area, and enough moisture to potentially give us just a few spotty showers here to start the day in the morning. But then look what happens during the afternoon. The clouds break up a little bit, the sun comes through, that allows our temperatures to rebound. We're thinking we'll get up to 83 degrees. That's going to be highly dependent on how much sun, though, is able to break through. But we should get up to 83 degrees here in the afternoon hours on Wednesday. With that heating, though, and with any moisture left behind, that could bubble up a couple of showers that could redevelop late afternoon and into the evening. So it's not going to be a completely dry day, but we will have more dry hours tomorrow compared to what we had out there for today. So here's the forecast track. I want you to look at a couple of things. Number one, all of that to the east is everything that's moving away. This isn't really developing out there yet, but this is that activity that's up around Huntsville. So take a look at that and watch how that goes up into Tennessee and clips parts of North Georgia. We could have just a couple of spotty showers here around the midnight hour, again, just because of all the moisture that's been left behind, but nothing severe out of that at all. And then in the morning, this is what I'm talking about with that potential for a couple of isolated showers that could develop for those morning hours tomorrow. We still have that easterly flow, but we think that wedge and that easterly flow is going to be scoured out and taken over by more of a westerly flow here. We'll still have some clouds around lunchtime. And then this is what I'm talking about in the afternoon hours. See how a lot of the clouds break up? We'll see some sunshine coming through, but still just a couple little areas where we could have an isolated shower that could pop up there in those afternoon hours when we get some of that heating mixing in with some of that moisture that's still going to be left here in our area. Then going into the nighttime hours, still mainly dry here. And going into Thursday, another chance for some showers potentially earlier in the day, sweeping through, scattered around lunchtime on a Thursday. And then in the afternoon, Thursday, still just a couple of those scattered showers around. Then on Friday, watching another area of rain coming through. This might be a little more linear in coverage and in structure versus the scattered showers that we're talking about. Notice how this could be coming into northwest Georgia at about 7 o'clock in the morning. Models have not been totally consistent on this yet, so be with us again tomorrow and we'll be fine-tuning this a little bit more for your Friday morning. But the way it stands right now, the models are indicating this coming in early on Friday, sweeping through our area by lunchtime, already over to the east of us. So what we'll have to watch for Friday is to see whether or not any of that could be strong in that linear structure there with that area of rain that'll be moving in. And then once we get to the afternoon Friday, a lot of that breaks up. And then that sets the stage for a nicer weekend, because behind that system, we're going to have some drier air moving in, and that northwest flow is moving our way, reinforcing the drier air, and that'll be here just in time for late Friday and also into the weekend. So the rain chances tomorrow are at 30%. We're up to 40% Thursday and Friday. Saturday and Sunday, we've taken the rain chances out for Sunday. I think mainly it's going to be dry here. Earlier we had a 20% chance in for Sunday. Still a limited risk for that, but again, right now we're taking it out. Now the low temperatures are generally going to be on the milder side the next few days thanks to the moisture content in the air. Once that next system comes in though and the dew point's lower, we'll see some slightly cooler mornings on Saturday and Sunday. We're talking about lower 60s moving in, and look at the highs. Tomorrow with the sunshine breaking through in the afternoon, potentially up to about 83 degrees, then 80 on Thursday, Friday around 78. Again, that next little system moves in. Then we're going to hold in the lower 80s for highs on Saturday and Sunday, still that drier air in place. But with more sunshine coming through, our temperatures will be able to make it back up into the lower 80s, which is just a little bit below where we should be here for this time of year. So here's a look at Thursday. Again, that potential for a few of those scattered showers to roll in. And then on Friday, watching that potential line come in earlier in the day and then hopefully moving out. Saturday's looking good here and mainly dry. Sunday's still a little iffy. Now, I know I took the 20% chance out. I'm watching the trends with the model. This model is still holding on to a little bit of rain, but most of the other models are taking it out for Sunday. We'll put it back in if we need to. But then going into Monday, a nice day, and those temperatures start to warm up going into next week, where we're going to see those temperatures up into the upper 80s next week. So here's how it all kind of summarizes up for you in your 7-day outlook, where we'll be having those temperatures tomorrow right around 83 degrees, and then going into Thursday 80, with the rain chance coming back up to 40%, and again Friday 40%. And I think those chances will be a little bit higher earlier in the day Friday before we clear out later in the afternoon hours. Then on Saturday and Sunday, partly cloudy to mostly sunny skies at times, a high of about 80 on Saturday, 82 on Sunday. Then going into Monday, 84, and there's that warmer air pushing in for your Tuesday afternoon too. So we're going to hopefully see some breaks going into the weekend, and we really deserve it here as well. If you are watching us on YouTube right now, we appreciate you watching us. We're so glad that you are. But we also want to let you know on YouTube, to download the 11 Alive Plus app on your television. You not only can see features like this, what we're doing right now with these live weather updates, but we have a lot of other weather content on 11 Alive Plus. So download the 11 Alive Plus app and watch us there. And for those of you watching on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7, thank you for always being here with us. And tell your friends to download the 11 Alive Plus app too. Stay with us. We'll have more for you throughout the days, over the next few days as more rain moves in.